games, all kinds of crap they added here. Interesting. All right. Well, I guess this can probably go over here for now. Here. What up, Gratz? Happy holidays. Fuck that shit. Merry Christmas, bro. All right. I forgot something in the house. I got to run in the house real quick. Be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I promise. Oh, yeah. All right. Fine. Fine, Grass. I guess that makes sense. All right. Call me an ass clown first thing in the morning. Well, I guess it's afternoon now. Well, past afternoon. Goodness. Look at that. Merry Christmas. And a Happy New Year. This is as close to singing as I'm going to get while I'm sober. I want you guys to know that. All right. So first thing I want to do is I need to put a hanger on this sign that Runic made me. I need to get a hanger on it so I can get it hung up so it doesn't get fucked up. All right. That's the first thing that needs done. So I have somewhere a box of hangers, but I am not sure where. And it's a little disturbing that I don't know where they are. It's like a little white box. And we're going to work on that. I would like to get that done today. Here, little white box. I just had it not too long ago. Like a couple days ago. Ow. Maybe I'm not going to put a hanger on it. Here, little white box. Where did you go? If I was a little white box, where would I be? I thought it was in my... box with all my other doohickeys and thingamabobs. Oh, Found it. Aha! All right. Little white box. What's up, Simon? How you doing? Hey, Jesse. Just don't fall into any more fire pits. You'll know me. Crazy Eskimo. All right. I got my little white box, which has my favorite kind of hanger in it. It's this. Okay. They're bent. So one goes on your piece of work, one goes on the wall, and then they just slide together and hang. Yeah, see, ice you got to worry about right now. What's random garbage? Shop ever's unloaded? Hell yeah! Yeah, first time I ate shit this year was at Steph's house. Made her wash my clothes. I'm all dirty, smelling like beer. That's pretty terrible. Okay, because I spilled my beer. All right, so that is going to be too long of a screw. Let me see if I have any shorter ones, because I don't want the screws to poke through that. All right, here we tiny screws. I put you. Where I put my wee tiny screws? Man, you know, I clean up a little bit and I lose every fucking thing. Ah, there's my wee tiny screws. Those are 1 inch. Those are too long. 1 inch, too long. Oops, 5/8. Let's see if 5/8. They might be the same. Come on. Huh? They are exactly the same length. Okay. So that means what I'm going to do is put on a strip. And then I'll put a piece down here, 2 pieces down here. So that way I can screw through it. The party was great. Candy cane bands, right? You know, I usually have extra clothes in my truck, but I cleaned it out. So the man had to order something. You ordered candy cane pants? Steph was just excited that I finally got into her pants. All Steph's. All she kept talking about. Who are you? Finally got into my pants. I think she sent that picture to 700 different people. I would have never said such a thing. It's like all right. So I need to put on. Now, do I want to do double-sided tape or do I just want to use a 1 inch long screw? I'll take this piece of plywood here. He was smiling in the thing. Passed out. Listen, that doesn't happen very often. But when it does, I have a good time. All right, so I want this one to be, we're going to cut right here. That will go right there. And I will probably put 1-inch screws in it now. Or what do I do with my screws? Did I put my screws in here? I definitely did. Let's see. Will these 5/8 screws go through that and into the board? I mean, I could probably just put a 1/4-inch piece of plywood on if need be, and that would give me plenty of grab through both. So I ordered lights for this. No, that's not going to go in. All right, we're going to do a 1/4-inch piece. I got 1/4-inch strips all over. All right. Ba, 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 ba. At least I used to. Oh, here we go. All right, so I can cut this down. Hang on. All right, cut this off. And I think we'll cut this off. All right, so I'll change it up. I will put the 1/4-inch piece on. Throw all my screws on the floor. So we finally got a dust collector. That was mighty nice. I guess somebody heard me complaining about needing to get a dust collector a few too many times. Back in your pants. I did almost drink that entire bottle. There's still like a glass left in it. I'm saving it for a special occasion. I don't need these. Now, do I want to use these screws? Because these are like cheap Chinese screws made out of cheap Chinesium. I think it'll be okay. That night, I had a lot of enablers. Long ride for tacos. It's never too long of a ride for tacos. All right, we'll put this up here. Oh, I need to cut it in half. Shit. I need to double it up. So let's see. Let's eyeball half. We'll say that's half. Oh, damn, that was pretty close. Close enough for government work. All right. We'll put that on there. Okay, and then so it sits flat. You know what? We'll probably just put that right there. That should keep it. I want it to be split in half. There. We'll put a piece on each side, but I don't want to cover that, so we'll go up here. There. That'll be our layout. This one will go on the wall, and this will be slot right in there. Now, I think I have to move my American flag carving over a little bit. That was just grass. I think I have to move the American flag carving over here a little bit. And then I'll put the sign right there. I think that's what's going to happen. Enablers do. You were always an enabler. These I'm just going to double side tape fast. These I'm going to double side tape fast. And then screw this clip onto it. Once I get the center figured out. I have a tape measure somewhere. I don't know what happened to it. Yeah, it's right over here in front of a big ugly mug. All right, so this is the top. We are 24 inches wide. Center would be 12. I'll put a little mark. There. We'll put that right there. Double side tape. And we are going good. The double-sided tape here really doesn't matter. It's getting... Oh, you guys can't see what the fuck I'm doing. My bad. Stirring the pot. Papa's always stirring the pot. So the important thing is that it's going to be screwed with 4 screws through this clip into this board. So the only part that double-sided tape is even going to matter is just holding these little pieces on so that it sits on the wall flat. But that is what we are going to be working on today. After I get this hung up. Now, then I did order some cool lights. Well, I hope they're cool lights. Little LED pods that are going to look really cool on here, shining on this, and I should be able to have a moving sparkle while it's just hanging up there on the wall. Okay, I can put, I don't want to do that. So that's center, which means that should be center. Move that down. A little bit. About there. Oh, I moved it. Damn it. We'll get one put in and then we'll screw. Normally you should pre-drill. I'm not going to. Because I want to. Make sure we're not fucking it up on the front. We're doing good. Perfect. Did I pull those screws out and throw them right back in the box? Nope, they're over here. All right. So normally I would pre-drill and put them in, but I don't want to take the chance of going through this. So we're not going to do that. And obviously it didn't do anything. So there, this hanger installed. And it'll hang like so. All right, what up, Zyro? How you doing? This wood loving son of a gun. I do love me some wood. All right, Steph. What's my alt account? You don't want to know what my alt account is? Make sure I put this on there right. So that one goes down, so this one goes up, and it hangs off of this. All right. So now what I'm gonna have to do is I got to move that sign, which means I need my step stool because short. And I put that way up there. All right. So what I'm going to do is move that over to there. I think that will give me. Whoop. I kind of want to move the whole thing over here. It'll get a light on it. So we'll move that. Okay. Might as well use 4 of these cheap Chinesium screws. So the reason I'm live today is because tomorrow I'm not doing a live. I am going to watch a live. I have a little bullet level somewhere. I guess we'll just figure it out. So what we're going to do is I want to measure this and then eyeball the shit out of it. So I need it to be 12.5 inches minimum. Oh yeah, that'll be fine. We'll put it right here. Line it up with the bottom of that board, which may or may not be level, but it'll be fine. The beauty of this style hanger is you can kind of angle a little bit. All right. We'll put one screw in. I said, oh, there's my little bullet level. Right in front of my big ugly mug. So I want that to be, son of a bitch, I'm good. I want that to be right there. I hope y'all had a good Christmas. And if you don't celebrate Christmas, then I hope you had a good Thursday, because your fucking life sucks, I guess. But all right, let's get that. Oh, damn, did that seriously slot right in? First try. Nice. And a little bullet level. Make sure this thing sits level. I don't want you guys to be crying that it's a little cockeyed on screen. There. Would you? Oh, you guys can't even see what the fuck I'm doing. Would you just look at it? Zyra, I haven't been in your live recently. And when I am in your live, I generally don't talk. My alt account is like you have to try first or something like that. That's the one that I start all the shit on. So because I'm live today, that means tomorrow is shop cleaning day. While I am watching Runic and Suzanne on their live stream. There we go. That's not fucking bad looking, right? That looks pretty good. Now, there's going to be a strip of lights up here. I don't know if it's ultimately where it's going to stay because the garage door track is a little bit fucking annoying. But, so everything might get dropped down a couple of inches. Grandpa's shoddy mount might come down. Those two might come down a little bit so they don't get hidden by this. But there will be a series of 6 pod lights across the ceiling here, shining at different angles to everything on the wall. And they're going to twinkle and change colors and fade and chase. And it'll be great. All right. Now, I am probably going to put a mask on. If I can find my mask, there it is. Because I'm going to have to do a lot of sanding, and I'm going to use the belt sander first, which is very dusty. The best ones to drink with. Unless somebody has to stay halfway sober and babysit, then it becomes less fun. So you never know who is going to cause the problems. Out in public. You girls have like limited filtering, which is fine. Just got to stay sober enough to. I'm sure I didn't catch fire. Listen, I wasn't in the fire pit, all right? I still remember. Okay, so now I need to relocate this one, my little stained glass one. You know what? Maybe I'll put a screw in and hang this on the wall for now. Well, I'd have to put 2 screws in. I don't know if I want to hang it right there for just temporary so it doesn't get messed up. I could put it above the door and then I'll forget that it's there. No, I want this in my house. I don't want it out here. Oh, that looks pretty nifty. Yeah, I want this in my house. So we're gonna set it over here. That should be good. We are going to relocate a few things, and then we're going to start sanding. Everybody loves watching people sand, so I know you guys are going to enjoy this. I will try to take periodic breaks to chat with you guys. All right. I make no promises, though. Okay. I want to get this over and done with as quickly as possible while still having a beautiful work piece. All right, well, that can sit right there. Do I need this piece of plywood? This can go over here. Be out of the way. I know that today's stream is not going to be, you know, some super amazing 4 million viewers type of stream, and that's fine. Because, well, I don't really care. I don't really care about viewership. But I am missing one of those. I mean, viewers are nice, but the base viewers are the only ones that really matter. What did I do with that other fun piece? Well, I wanted 3, but I don't know what I did with it. So I probably put it somewhere obvious so that I wouldn't lose it. And I'm just half retarded and don't know where it is. So, all right. We're going to pop this out of clamp and see if it turns into a tortilla chip. Or Pringles chip, rather. Oh, God. Oh, this fucking thing is heavy. I'm going to relocate the camera. You guys can watch it curl up. With fun, fancy drinks. Yeah. There. You can see the fire, which is the only reason anybody ever comes here. They don't give a shit about me. And you can see the workpiece. So what we're going to do first, after we get this out of clamps, is I'm going to scrape any glue that needs scraped. Real fast. And then we are going to sand the living hell out of it, flatten it all out with the belt sander pretty aggressively. And then we'll switch over to proper sanding. Too many Irish trash cans. You know what would make New Year's Eve party more fun. Fire. But it's like cold, shitty. So fire pits aren't really that useful right now. So we get drunk a lot. Hey, whatever excuse you need to drink, more power to you. I generally use the excuse that I'm a grown ass man, and if I want to drink, I'm gonna drink. But you do you. Make up some he's my buddy story. That's fine. That's fine. No outdoor fire. Yeah. Right? America. Land of the free, home of the brave, where we turn every day into a drinking holiday because we can. Ain't nobody around to tell us no. Even if they tried, man, nobody cares what they say anyway, so. All right. So what I have to do is I do have to rough sand this side. This is the bottom. I do have to. What's up, Suzanne? Hot chocolate mix-ins. I had a beverage around here somewhere. Pop. But I do have to rough sand this side and at least have it relatively flat, which is like belt sander sanded, right? I may go over it with like 120 grit maybe, but this side really doesn't need anything more than 80 grit. 80 grit will probably give it a better grip on the material, on the adhesive anyway. The other side, we're going to go from belt sander to proper sanding. Suzanne, look, I hung that runic sign. It's not very sparkly right now, but it'll be sparkly later. Hey, June, how you doing? Thanks for coming in, guys. I appreciate you. Break out the Colombian rum. Ain't nothing wrong with some good rum. All right. So, like I said, I do got to do some scraping here. Clean this up a little bit. We'll slide that down here. Now, for me to do some scraping, I'm going to clamp this thing to the table so I don't pull it with me. Okay. Grab the old carbide. You know, I was poking around on Amazon, and you can buy this. Looks suspiciously like this one for like $4. All right. I'm just saying, you can get a cheap ass carbide scraper. Yeah, Suzanne, that's why I'm live today, because I want to watch your guys' live tomorrow. I also would like to know what time. Now, it's not imperative that I get all the glue off. I just want to get chunks of it off. Glue sand's different than wood, and glue will gum up your paper quicker. Let's see if I can scrape those off. I don't know if they will. Oh my. There's that. Oh, that's what time. 3 p.m. Eastern? Hails, yeah. I have to readjust my blade. All right. 3 p.m. tomorrow. Good. All right, come on in there. We're getting flatter. That should be all right. My blade was at a bit of an angle. Thank you. Hell yeah. Anytime, Suzanne. Anytime. All right. That is that. So I am going to jump on the bandwagon of putting out a New Year's video. But it's going to be different because nobody really gives a shit about the direction of the show of the channel. You guys just, if you care, you'll come in and watch, and then you'll see the direction of the channel. But it's going to be more of a request video. All right, I don't have a whole lot of flattening to do on this side, a little bit. And the belt sander is aggressive enough, it'll take care of that. So we'll do it in halves. We'll go like here. There's a belt sander. Switch to that paper. Let's see if I remember how to use this thing. Looks nice. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate you. If I'm not mistaken, I got to pull this one direction or another. And it, there we go. Loosens the paper. This is just an old Craftsman. It's not even old. That's the direction of the belt. I generally only use this when I'm needing to do some aggressive sanding. I don't ever use it for finish sanding because it's not made for that. But it will take off a fuck ton of material very quickly. All right, June, appreciate it. And thanks for coming in. What up, Julie? What's up, Makers? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in, man. Appreciate every one of you guys that comes in and watches my goofy little channel. So even though this doesn't really help when using the belt sander, I'm going to do this. I can try to keep it relatively flat. We'll do that as well. We'll do that as well. All right. We're going to beat the piss out of this with a 60 grit belt sander. All right. Both sides. That's just to get it flat. What's up, Woodlot? Yep, we're working on the countertop today. We're going to get this thing sanded and hopefully cut down to shape and our first coat of finish on it. That's the plan. We are going to make this a touch smaller than our plywood backer. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I want to pre-finish the other side, at least with the pure tongue oil. This side is going to have no finish because, well, it's going to be epoxied into place. Not epoxied. Construction adhesive to take up any gaps, and screws through the bottom, through the plywood into the top. I am going to be wearing a mask. I am going to turn my filter fan on. I am going to be having a beverage before we get started. Now, I'm going to do this in halves. So we're going to do this half first, and then we're going to move the clamps down to here. We're going to do this half, and hopefully that in-between section doesn't get all funky. If it does, well, we will change up our procedure for the other side. But let's see if I turn. What do you think? I think I left this thing locked on. We're going to find out. "45 degrees, clean up all the glue and flatten out." Liquid nails. It's Gorilla, but yeah, heavy duty construction adhesive. Something that's waterproof. It's mainly going to be there to add some adhesion and take up any imperfections so it doesn't sound hollow. You won't be knocking on it and go, oh, there's a hollow sound there. It should all sound pretty solid. If you have a long straight edge, I do. I've got several. And this is only 5 feet long. So, in fact, we've got an 8-foot long piece of plywood right there that should be nice and straight on at least one side. Had a drink. I'm thirsty. It's 3:30. That's starting to die of thirst. So what we're going to do when we put the construction adhesive on is I'm going to put it directly onto this and smear it out with a putty knife, right? So I have a decent amount, right? But not a ton. Hand plane the whole thing? Yeah. I was this close to picking up a hand planer, an electric hand planer. Looks suspiciously like this. And I was like, man, I don't know. And then I hopped on Amazon and I seen the same damn thing for like $75 cheaper. And I went, all right. So I ordered it. It's on the way. I don't know. It's like June or July 2nd or some nonsense. Because apparently that's just Amazon's delivery time right now. What's funny is I bought it from the DeWalt store on Amazon, and it was cheaper than buying it from the brick and mortar store. Is I picked up a DeWalt 20-volt one. Figured, why not? If I'm going to get one, I might as well get one that A, is a brand that I recognize, and B, fits a battery platform. So that way, if I need to use it out and about, I don't have to try to plug it in. There is a whole lot of dust in here. I don't remember how to take this thing off. Oh, it slides up. Ugh. So Santa brought me a, I believe it's a Wen. I might be wrong. I think it's a Wen dust collector. So ends up more even and less squeeze out. Oh, see, now that's funny how that works, right? See, now that piece of threaded rod, piece of all thread, that's not a half bad idea. Thanks for the tip, Woodlot. Yeah, squeeze out on it's going to be annoying because I'm going to have to clean all that out because this is there's going to be a cherry edge attached to this to hide this edge and the edge of the plywood that's going to be attached to it. So I need to be able to, excuse me. Oh, this is already smaller than the plywood. Never mind. We don't have to cut the long side. We just have to cut the two ends square. And we'll double check the long sides for square, but they should be square. So I do need to have no squeeze out. I probably can, but my vacuum, even with my little bucket contraption, it plugs up really fast. It'll plug the filter on the shop vac. And now I had this brilliant idea one time that I'll just take the filter off, right? What it does then is it becomes a dust blower. And it will shoot dust just everywhere. So we are going to wear a mask. I got the filter box on the ceiling turned on. And when I use the hand sander, the random orbital, I'll have it hooked up to the shop vac and the little box. So I may have to clean the filter off periodically. But hopefully, with the filter box and this little bag and my mask, I don't, get, I don't know, cherry lung or whatever the hell you want to talk, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if you guys will be able to hear me with the mask on because the mic's up here, but whatever. I'm not going to be talking while I'm sanding. So you guys get to entertain each other and yourselves while I do this as quickly as I possibly can. And I get to have just dust in this section of my beard, which will be awesome. Look, people, I'm wearing a mask. Yeah. Longer hose and blow it outside. You know what? That's not a fucking bad idea. I could put a hose on the other side and just blow it out into the fucking yard. See? You know what, Woodlot? I'm glad you came in today. You're just full of good ideas. All right. Let's make a sawdust mess. Hopefully the fire on the TV doesn't burst into flames. Now that I think about that, I have an open flame over there. Well, we're going to see what happens, right? It's going to make for great content. All right, this side doesn't have to be perfect. I am going to go over it with some 80 grit on the palm sander, though. So I do have like one little low spot right there and one here, which may get taken up when I do this side. But now I'm going to move my clamps down to that end so that this thing doesn't walk off, because this thing has a hell of a grip and pulls. All right. But I will go over it with a pencil and take 80 grit to it. And I'm not going to go any finer than 80 grit on the back side, because I want to make sure that that construction adhesive can have something to bite onto. I could add a flattening jig. I have a small one for cutting boards, but I doweled each one of these so that it held for alignment. Scarf the glue and board at a 45, two different directions. Oh, Yeah, you're talking going across. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I got what you mean. Yeah. So this side doesn't have to be perfect, like I said, but we're gonna make it as close as we can. Make sure this thing isn't gonna walk away. I'm gonna hit this with some. So the only thing about this paper is it sucks. The seam has a hump. So every time it's sanding, you hear that thump, 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 thump. See everything shake? It's because this has a not flat seam. But it's cheap paper because it's a fucking belt sander, right? You don't need anything crazy. All right. I'm going to do this side now. Do a little bit of overlap here. And then I'll do my out of 45. I may go the other way, but I think that I'll be all right with just the 80 grit on the hand sander. Oh, my paper broke. It came apart at the seam. Stupid paper. All right, we'll switch to. Oh, where's my other paper? All right, we'll switch to this one. This one is at least has a flat seam. Yeah. And is non-directional. Interesting. All right, let's do this again. One of these days, I will build a larger flattening jig for the router. It's on my list of things that I want to do. All right, I got a little bit here. This board here kind of has a little bit of a dip in it. And I've got a little bit right here. So let's see if we can't get rid of that real quick. As I said, this side doesn't have to be the perfect side. The other side needs to be the perfect side. But we're going to see what we can't do. All right. We're going to hit that. With some 80 grit. Kind of clean it up a little bit and see how it looks. Now this, I don't need this thing clamped. Oh. But I do, however, want that and this. Let's look at chat for a second. I want to have a drink because, well, I'm thirsty and I'm an adult. I'm allowed to. Whew.
A pill would be nice, yeah. All right, Suzanne, have a good one. Appreciate you coming in. What's up, Steve? How you doing, buddy? All right. All right. So, there's one side roughed. I want a beverage. That was a lot of work. Blow the schmutz off the camera there. Now, one of the things that you should do in between sanding grits is you should wipe your board off, use a brush, air, whatever you fucking want, vacuum it off. Just imagine you get one of these 60 grit grains falling off and it's just laying on your board, and then you come at it with an 80 grit or 120, whatever, and you get that one single grit trapped in there. just chewing its way through everything. It's not going to make you happy. I know. I've done it. There we go. Clean that off. What's up, HB? Yep. Some people like epoxy. They like the colors and designs and stuff, and whatnots. So more power to them. More power. Excuse me. More power to them. Nice thing is with this sander, I don't need to wear the mask because this vacuum, until it clogs, will it will suck up every bit of dust. So I got my 80 grit paper on there. Where's my pencil? Let's go over this and do some pencil marks. Oh, so much smoother. Oh, I gotta sharpen my pencil. As for which video we'd rather see, Steve, you go ahead and do you, buddy. We'll watch them. Make sure I get to those corners, those edges. These corners don't matter down here, but still. These corners get cut off. And this piece doesn't matter. That's getting cut off. Now I got to sharpen my pencil. I don't have enough lead sticking out. And I brought out the wrong pocket knife. This one's dull as shit because I use it at my day job. This one's really hard to keep sharp because, well, I'm sure you guys know, those of you that carry around a pocket knife, you've likely got two if you're using it on a daily basis. One's usually a beater knife, and one's a knife that you usually keep pretty sharp. Sounds more flat than before, right? Right? There's a little bit of a spot down at this end, right over here. You might actually be able to see that. It's not quite flat. But we're going to see just how much it's not flat, or at least on the same plane. Fire might catch the roof on fire. It might. That's a pretty good one that I found on the YouTubes. Nice close up of the fire instead of just looking at the surround. All right, got the glasses cleaned off. I'm going to do is see if I can use this extendable shit to my advantage. I'm putting it all the way down here. Start from this end and work my way up. All right, I'm going to sand some more. All right. Now, I don't know if you guys can see them on there or not, but they do still have a few pencil marks, but they're not in the gaps or where the boards are joining. They're just kind of sporadic around. Now, those, because I was watching them lighten up as I was going over them. Because my pencil needed sharpened, I was changing the angle while I was scribbling my lines. So some of them I pushed pretty hard. But I can see I did not get all of the 60 grit lines out yet. So it'll need at least another pass. If you're going to do things this way, you have to make sure you get all of your heavier grit stuff out, because if this were the finish side, as soon as I put finish on it, I would see this section right here has lines because the belt sander goes in a straight line. But that leveled out really well. Now, that I'm going to say is good enough for the side that's being glued to a piece of plywood. Okay. I don't want to spend a ton of time on the side that is going to be covered in adhesive. Okay. So we are going to flip it, do the other side. I'll probably do at least 2 passes with the 80 grit, random orbital, and where my belt sander is, I may switch that to 80 grit paper. So then all I'm really trying to do is get rid of the directional lines. But thus far, I mean, this isn't the pretty side, but thus far it's not looking half bad. What's up, Runic? Hey, Fabio. Join boards with dowels and use a belt sander. I mean, that's exactly what I did right here. Welcome in, stuff. Excuse me. Hey, terrific Tom. JRH, what's going on? Yep, bless America. Go away. Touch that. Excuse me. I mean, both options are going to get you to the same place. I like dowels personally, but some people hate dowels and they prefer a biscuit joiner. Biscuit joiners are faster because then all you're doing is like you're striking a line and you're going, okay, the center line on my biscuit joiner, punch it in, punch it in, punch it in, punch it in, punch it in. Whereas with my doweling jig, I'm lining each one up, like clamping it, taking some time. Biscuit joiners are faster. They add 0 in strength, but that's not what they're there for. They're there for alignment. I use my belt sander sporadically. I use it on things like this when I need to take a lot of material and get it down to a smooth surface. Otherwise, it sits in the drawer and doesn't get used. I use it when I buy rough timber from the Amish. If I'm going to build something, I'll take the belt sander over it because I generally want that stuff to look rustic. So I won't take anything to it and actually clean it all up and make it look pretty. I just kind of knock off the majority of it and then slap some kind of a black stain or something on it because it's just hemlock. It all depends on your workflow, what you do, right? You may find that a belt sander is more useful to you than a doweling or than a biscuit joiner. You may find a biscuit joiner is more useful to you. What up, Shoops? How you doing? 6 months. Man, it's been a long time. Yeah, belt sanders have their place. If I didn't have one, I would have had to do all of this with a palm sander with, 60 grit paper on it. And you've seen how long it took me to do 2 passes with an 80 grit on here, and it was already flat-ish. What do you buy? You're buying a belt sander or a or a biscuit joiner? Listen, if it was me, I would say get the belt sander. If it was me, but like I said, I joined these with dowels. I mean, it's not going anywhere. It's just slower, but the belt sander is faster than a random orbital when you're taking off bulk material. Either way, in my experience, I've never had either dowels or biscuits give me a perfectly level surface. It'll stop them from, when you clamp, it'll stop them from just walking, right? They'll only go so far, which is their, the alignment purpose. So I feel like the time I spend doweling, I save when I'm using the belt sander. That makes sense. Whereas if I was saving time with the biscuit joiner, I would inevitably be spending time with the sander. Right? So it's a trade-off. Now this is pretty sad. This is the side that matters. So we're going to go over it real good. And I do have a little bit of a lip here. So my first dowel isn't until here. So this board must have had... Oh, that's right. These two boards had a bit of a twist to them. So that's probably why that popped up there. I should have put a clamp on those two to pull them into alignment. Because I'm pretty good on this side, except for right there, I got a little bit. This one has a bit of a hump to it. So this one twisted down, this one twisted up. So that gave me the biggest amount right there that I have to trim off or clean off. Yeah, you can always use a drill. And I would say I would go with a belt sander. If it was me, I would go with a belt sander. I feel like it's going to be much more useful in a shop setting if you don't have one, right? Like if you, it's going to be a lot more useful to get one than it is going to be useful to get a biscuit joiner, because a sander you can use on anything. A biscuit joiner you only are going to use on very specific things, right? Like I have a biscuit joiner and I don't ever use it. My sander I use, I don't know, a couple of times a month, maybe, and for projects like this. Yeah, you can sand all kinds of things. Belt sanders are great for taking down a lot of material quickly. That's kind of what they excel at. So if you got to sand through, 40 years of paint and varnish and whatnot, yeah, and you can use it for a grinder. Um, I feel like it's much more useful than a biscuit joiner. But it seems like the general consensus is the belt sander is a much more useful way to go. Now, I'm sure a belt sand or a biscuit joiner would have, a very good use case for somebody that's using it all the time, right? Maybe they don't ever use a maybe they don't ever use a belt sander. They're a master with biscuits, I guess. I don't know. There you go. Perfect. Look at that. Way to go, guys. Got somebody figured out. This 80 grit paper here, still grippy. Still grippy. It might be more like 90 grit now, but I mean, I've sanded a 5 foot long by 30-inch wide piece twice on the other side. If you guys want, go to seriousgrit.com and use the code Elegant Woodcraft. Get yourself a discount. I believe it's either 10% or 20% off. I can't remember. And they got all kinds of paper there, not just for woodworking. They got stuff there for metal work and painting and all kinds of shit. All right, I need to scrape this. Get rid of. Ow! God bless it, that was sticking up there pretty good. One thing you have to pay attention to if you're doing the scraper thing that I do is when you're working with figured grains, especially, but even sometimes on straight grain, when you come through and scraping that glue off, you can tear out. So you kind of want to go the direction of the grain, right? Like if I've got grain that's ending here at this joint and going this way, right? I probably don't want to scrape that way. That's going to tear out. I want to turn and come the other way. Now, if you got really figured wood, well, your guess is as good as mine. Don't be too aggressive, and you'll be fine. This is the side we're going to sand all the way up to 220. Then we're going to, and we're not going to do that right now. All right, we're gonna get it flat, get 80 grit on it. We're going to square it up, cut off our excess, right? And then we are going to probably sand it to 120, 180. And then we're going to attach it to that plywood. And we are going to flip it over. So this side's up and sand it up to 220 and put a finish on it. So we're going to finish this with the tung oil before we put the edge on. Okay, the border. Mainly so that this doesn't warp and twist and carry on. We want to get finish on it, seal up both sides. We're not going to put the hard wax oil on this yet because we're going to do 2 coats of tung oil. But I want to get at least 1 coat on today. Because every time you expose fresh wood to the atmosphere, it is going to absorb or lose moisture quicker. While it's going to be attached to a 3/4 inch piece of plywood with both adhesive and screws, I still don't want to take the chance. Plus, putting finish on it will give it a little bit of protection. You know, in case it starts getting dinged or something gets splashed on it. It's tung oil. It's easy to repair if something causes any kind of issue. Use my scraper here to get rid of the bulk of my misalignment. We got piece there, that there. Lessens the chances of me messing up with the sander. So I didn't know that that I could find this out. I can see when somebody uses my code on Serious Grit. I get, I don't know, I guess it's kind of like a report. So that's kind of cool. I don't know if that's just the way it is for all of it, but I thought that was pretty interesting. I guess it probably tells them if I'm a worthy person to have the code, or if we need a better code or something. I would imagine that once it hits a certain point, they go, all right, these people are pretty great. We should probably give them a better discount or whatever. That would be my guess. I don't know. I don't see who uses it. I just see it was used 14 times this month or whatever. I'm just using my scraper right now to take the bulk of this off. What's up, Mrs. S? She in here too? Use your bench sander a lot for different projects? Yeah. My bench sander, I use it a lot more than I thought I would. The one that's got the belt and the disc on it. I actually use that thing a lot more than I thought I would. It's one of those things where you're like, man, this would be nice to have. And then you get it and you're like, well, this is really convenient. The code is Elegant Woodcraft, all caps, no spaces. I want to say it's 20% off. I can't remember if it's 10 or 20. Now, in full disclosure, I do get a 10% kickback. Okay. So full disclosure, but it doesn't cost you anything. It's just what they give me. Because I've checked, the price doesn't change. Like, it's not like the price of the sandpaper goes up when you use my code and then the code drops it down to like a normal price. That's not how that works. If it did that, I wouldn't tell you guys at all about the code itself. I use the purple paper, which is ceramic. It's about $30-ish a box of 50. What sandpaper? Serious Grit. This stuff right here. All right, so you can get a mix box. You get 50 sheets in here. So you get 10 between, 10 of 80 grit, 120, 150, 180, 220. You get 10 of each. It's 10%? Okay, good. SeriousGrit.com. Right, so that's what my paper looks like. And I got to be honest, my hole pattern is not like this on my sander, but the vacuum pulls it through anyway. And even without the vacuum, it still works. I just have to slow it down a little bit. Thanks. Thanks, Runic. All right, you know what? We're going to pin that because why not? So there you go. You can get yourself, what did you say it was, 10%? If you use the paper. They are currently my only little, they're not really a sponsor. It's more like an affiliate code, maybe? Yeah, there's the code. Right there, just like that. I can't pin 2 comments, but I don't push it. I don't push the code because I don't like being one of those people. But I do like to try to help people out. So I will say it every now and then. I've said it a few times now, but I don't ever harp on it. I should probably put it in a video description or put it in the video descriptions. And then people can just look at it and click on it and do it if they want. All right. That got me down pretty good. But that is the paper that I use, and that's exclusively the paper that I use. I don't use any other paper right now, unless I'm using, like, for the belt sander. I didn't get any from them yet. And then, like, I've got other junky paper that I use for stuff that I'm going to be chewing up the paper real good, right? Stuff you buy from Walmart and Lowe's. But I initially got this paper because I was having a hell of a time replacing my whatever the hell that other brand of paper is. I don't even use them anymore. The 3M paper, the purple stuff from them that everybody uses. I was having a hell of a time replacing it. And I went, well, fuck, I better find another type of paper to use. So that way, when I can't replace this paper, I'm not just up shit's creek without a paddle. And I got a lot. I got a lot of different kinds of paper, and this is the one that was actually useful. A lot of them I burned through it too quick. You know, I'd use just doing this. There were some papers I'd use 4 sheets of 80 grit just to do one side. It was fucking ridiculous. Like, the paper's cheap, right? But it doesn't save you any money if you got to use 4 times as much. You know what I mean? After the finish is on, 6,500 grit sandpaper by hand. All right, Runic, I'll be there, buddy. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming in. All right. I am not going to open up a fresh drink right now because we're going to be running the belt sander, which means I'm going to have to put my mask back on. And it also means I need to step outside that door for a moment. And I need to scribble on this. So I'll be right back. Bear with me. Check out the fire. Look at the pretty wood. Talk to the Chaos Twins. Whatever it is that you want to do. Woodlot, I assume you're coming over to do the 6,500 grit sand? Right? Right? It'll be ready soon. All right. I'll be right back, guys. And I'm back. Where's my pencil? Miss anything fun? No? All right. Have a good one, Woodlot. Thanks for coming in, buddy. I appreciate you. I assume that means you're leaving. Like I said, today's stream is going to be super boring for the most part, but it's stuff that needs done. I can only put the sanding off for so long. Also, Steph, I see what you said about eating the cheese, and I don't think you have proof that I ate any of your cheese out of the bowl. That is interesting. Hmm. Okay. Gotta get gas, behave. No proof needed. We all know you. No, you don't. You don't know me. You don't know my cheese desires. All right. Actually, I think I am on a 60 grit. I think I grabbed a 60 grit when I got a new paper. I don't think I put 80 grit on. I lied. I do want another beverage. Trying not to doze off. Why are you trying to doze off, Steph? Huh? Huh? Shouldn't be dozing off watching this stream. This is your island. I might come over to get the fancy cheese out. So many cheese desires. There we go. Now you guys can see. Oh, wow, you can see the little scribble lines. Also, you can see the curl on these two end pieces. That's kind of cool. Hey, Cleveland. What are you doing, buddy? How are you doing? I think I said, what are you doing? Are you having tacos tonight? Superman binge watching? Yeah. So I was over at Seb's eating breakfast this morning because she made breakfast burritos, right? And I'm trying to get into shape that's a round. So also I don't have to cook, which makes me happy. Anyway, So I turned on I don't know, one of the streaming services. And I was like, look at this Superman and Lois show. Let's see. I see a lot of reels about it all the time. I guess I'll watch this. And then she came in from the kitchen into the living room and started watching it. Hey, thanks, Plywood. And now it's apparently the next binge watching show. So I'll go over there and eat her tacos. And I'll go over and have tacos, and we'll probably stay up all night watching Superman and Lois. Clemson got beat by Penn State. Hell yeah! Welcome back, Woodlot. All right, I have to sand this side down with the belt sander. All right, I know it sucks. I'll be as quick as I can. Okay, you guys chat amongst yourselves. Other than that, there's a fire up there. I got to put my mask on so my face doesn't turn red. Or at least you can't see it. I take your glove off to respond. right, Woodlot. As soon as it came out of my mouth, I knew it was wrong. All right, here we go.
So my dust bag is full. Give me a second to empty that. Because this thing, the little dust bag actually does something. All right. Okay. Clean up this paper. That's pretty good. All right. We're not doing too bad here. Got some more to go. Remember, if you're using a belt sander, be careful. If you want to push it flat on the plate. If you lean it back, you're going to create a groove. If you lean it forward, you're going to create a groove. If you turn it side to side, you are going to create a very deep groove. So, be careful when using it. It does take a little bit of learning, right? I recommend you practice. Okay, so I have some glue joints that need worked out. I got most of the high spots worked down from some of these boards. The first time I went across it, it had like, so this section got sanded, this didn't, right? So we got most of the high spots worked down. Now we're just working down to the depth of our lowest glue joint. So back at it.
Paper broke. Okay. I heard it making thumping noises. I knew it was going to snap. Plus, I'm making it hot as fuck. All right. Let's grab another sheet of paper. Oh, my. I think. Oh, man. I think I'm out of 60 and 80. Oh, no. I got 180 grit left. This one's a used one. Hopefully it holds up. No direction of travel on this paper, which is a little odd. I do have some 120 grit, which might be worthwhile on this side. All right. We'll go this way. Oh. All right. Well, I guess we're doing 120 grit now. I should probably let this thing cool down a little bit. Paper got a little tear in it. I should probably let this thing cool down a bit. All right, we'll switch to 120. That's fun. I'll just have to go slower. But the 120 grit scratches are going to be a lot easier to take out than the 80 grit. So. These are also non-directional. Interesting. Put this on this way. So we're going to allow this to cool down a little bit. And we're going to have a beverage. Ugh. Ooh. Pretty dusty in here. Clean this off. See what kind of nonsense Chaos is talking about. That's not how what works. They're taking time off. Oh. Seven notifications for you, YouTube.
Glue joints are bot joints. Scraping and grinding wish raw fish. Nice. How well do you think that island would work in a 12 by 24 kitchen? Well, it's 30 inches wide and 5 feet long. That's breaking. I am breaking stuff. Oh well, it happens. All right, so we're going to take a breather for a minute. Allow that thing to cool down because, well, it's some super cheap Craftsman one. So, and that pad on the bottom, the block is very hot, which may be contributing to me breaking paper. So I'll go after it with 120, and then I'll still do 80 grit for the random orbital. So this should help take out some of these 80 grit sanding lines I got going on here. I'm bringing the wind. Right. So if you notice, I have my clamp. You can't see that clamp, but I have my clamp just on the very edge of a piece that's getting cut off. So, and then same with down here. I have it on this little tab in the middle. Oh my. So how loud is that thing with the mic? Is it stupid loud for you guys, or is, I mean, it's pretty loud just in person. But my ears don't have noise cancellation, so the microphone at least does. We are getting there, though. We got a little bit of low spot here, tiny bit here, a little bit right here, little bit here, a little bit there, very small amount there, and a little bit right here. Well, pretty much from here to here. The low spot on this side. So we're going to work this side down to meet it. Very little spot right here. This one, I can feel it, but I don't have a pencil mark there. So I can't see the pencil mark go away. We're getting there. We're almost there. It's 5 o'clock and it's dark outside. Hopefully, by 8, this will be attached to the plywood, and we will begin our first coat of finish. What up, New Roots? What up, Coffee? How you doing, buddy? Can't wait to load that up. Counter space is getting slim. Yeah, that's why you're getting the storage underneath both ends and 3 drawers, which I still have to make the drawers, but I'm gonna have to go get more plywood for the drawers. I'm not making them out of 3/4 inch. Oh man, sorry to hear that, Roots. I'm gonna start calling Roots Bob. He seems like a Bob. Roots, is your name Bob? I know your name too. I know it. I'm gonna call you Bob anyway. Way too many people around Christmas. Yeah. People. They're disease factories. Especially the small people. So you name your kids Bill, or your kids, your name is Bill. I'm going to call you Bob. Bob the Builder. It's going to be your nickname. See if we can make it stick. Place for your towels and pot holders. We can make that a thing. One side is going to be pretty. One end is going to have a towel rod slash pushing rod. Octo 49. The fuck? Oh, Octo. That's a different person. Oh, shit. What do they call me? You can call me anything you want as long as it's not late for dinner. Because, well, I'm usually late for dinner, but I don't like being called out on it. Guys, that sign up on my wall is super sparkly. Just want y'all to know that. And it's very fucking shiny. You want to know some of the names Dan's got? No, you don't. They're probably bad for your health and banned in 7 countries. All right. Let's do this. All right. Standing around shooting the breeze ain't getting this done by 8 o'clock. I'm hoping to have it done by 8 o'clock. We can talk after the sanding is done. Or when I take another break. Because I'm thirsty. The sanding is hard work. All right, let's do this thing. Bruh. What the fuck kind of cheap ass paper? Like, there ain't nothing I'm hitting in here, right? There's no like fucking screw or. No, ain't nothing in there. Just some junk ass paper. Or it worked over and clipped off of that. That might be too. Give 'em up. Might have tracked it over too far and had to hit the side. Man. Hope I don't break too much more shit on the way to getting this done. All right.
let it track over too far again. I know it tracked over too far because I got a pile of burnt plastic over here. But on the bright side, I think we're done with this. I think.
All right. Okay, you're done, right? Diagonal with the grain. Yeah, I only that's a 3.5-inch belt sander, right? So I'll do all directions, right? I'll go this way across the grain. I'll go this way with the grain, and I'll go, 45, 45. So, like, looking at this, I can see that I've got scratches going with the grain. I've got them across the grain, and I have them diagonal in an X pattern. But now we're going to hit it with 80 grit and sand these belt sander marks right off of it. So I'll probably do that, I don't know, 2 or 3 times, an 80 grit pass, and then we'll step up to 120. We're going to step this one up incrementally. We are not going to skip grits because I do not want any missed sanding swirls. Okay, I got to sharpen my pencil. And by sharpen, I mean I use the wide side of it and I lay it down at an angle. I use dowels. I feel like dowels will at least add a little bit of strength. Biscuits are really just for alignment. But either way, edge grain to edge grain, that's a pretty strong joint. Glue up. So I'm just using the dowels for alignment. Now, to be fair, the dowels that I'm using were slightly smaller than 1/4 inch, which is why my stuff is not kind of why it's not why I had so much to sand off. But yeah, we had this discussion here a little bit ago where said, biscuits might be quicker, because you run your line and then you just punch it. But then I'm still going to have to sand, right? Because a biscuit's not perfect. Neither is a dowel.
But biscuit adds, what are the tests of about 0 fucking added strength? And a biscuit joiner just only does one thing. Make biscuits. That's it. You can't even eat them. So I like dowels. I don't know. I find dowels easy to make, easy to use. Takes a little longer, but yeah. Got some nice scribbly wibblies on there. So I'm going to go over this with 80 grit. Probably I'll go once this way, and then I'll re-scribble and I'll do it again. Two at a time if you like. I've seen them. I've seen those, and I've thought about getting one. As often as I use dowels, it looks, are you talking about the one that looks kind of like a biscuit joiner or a domino? It just, me clean the dust off my screen and camera. It just has the two. Yeah. I've thought about getting one. I mean, I use dowels a lot. It's my preferred method of doing any sort of joint is a dowel. So it's probably something that I need to get and save time. Because, I mean, as we know, dowels, if you're just drilling out, with a dowel jig like I have, it takes forever. There's no fast way to do that. I mean, not that I've found anyway. So it would make sense to get one of those. In fact, I may order one tonight because they are convenient. All right, so I want that to lay up there. We're going to start sanding the 80 grit, but I want to drink first. I told you guys I'd give you guys a little bit of a break in between sandings, so. All right, yeah, I appreciate that, Reeves. So this will be my third time, well, my third pass using this one piece of 80 grit paper on there. So probably after I do this one both directions, I'll switch paper. And then I usually take it because it's still got a ton of grit on it. I'll take it and I'll put it on my pile that I'll use when I do hand sanding. So. Because, I'm cheap. And sandpaper costs money. So why not get an extra little bit of use out of it? Right? I've got quite a pile. It's like that tall. And I think I have a box full of sheets. Cheers, Bex. That's only my second one of the night, which makes me sad. Excuse me, I need to pick up the pace a bit. But I want to have this done by 8. That's my goal. I don't know if I'll make it because we got a lot of sanding to do yet to put the first coat of tung oil on it. So it might be 9. We might have to adjust and go 9 o'clock. But we'll see. We'll see. Because after the 80 grit, the rest of the steps, say the initial sanding is what takes the longest. All right, Roots. Appreciate you, bro. Taco and cheese. All right. I just want to tongue something. You're right. I do. I have my test pieces. I want to see what this looks like with tongue oil on it. And I might as well get a little tongue action. Oh, I opened this. I didn't even put it in my koozie. These koozies fit so damn snug that putting an open one in, it's a bit of an endeavor. There we go. Without crushing the can. All right. Well, standing around and getting this shit done. So let's do this. I'm going to switch sheets of paper now. Oh, let's see. 80 grit. Oh, 80 grit. There's some 80. Oh, my last piece of 80 grit in this box. This is one of the mixed boxes that I have. I got many, many more sheets of 80 grit down there. I had a spot down here on this end where I didn't get the belt sander all the way to the edge. I had to work it a little bit extra. I'm going to do another pass with the 80 grit on it, and then I'm going to step up to 120. So we're gonna give this a little. Look how smooth that runs. I don't want to press hard because I don't want to have to sand through a bunch of this. I want a nice light pencil line. Sure that all my glue joints are nice and smooth and there's no random bits of glue that I got to worry about. I'd rather get it off with the 80 grit than worry about it with 220 or anything like that. All right. Before I sand again, well, first of all, I'm going to put a fresh sheet of paper on. I don't need to. This still has a lot of grit to it, but I want to put a fresh sheet on. That's 120. All right. So I'm going to break out the 80 grit, which is all the way down here at the bottom of the pile. Get a fresh sheet. Oh, that's 60 grit. God bless it. I don't want that. I want the 80 grit. Next one up. There we go. 80 grit. Okay. We'll put a fresh sheet of paper on. But before I do that, I'm going to step outside. I'm going to brush this off. Okay. Now I'm going to step outside and I will be right back. Now, probably another 10, 15 minutes with the 80 grit, and then we'll be bumping it up, cutting it down.
All right. Let's chat here for a minute. Tired of opening toilets. Had to get some salted krill shrimp for kimchi and some Colorado Kool-Aid. Colorado Kool-Aid sounds interesting. I forgot my hat. Colorado Kool-Aid sounds interesting. Someone could use a curtain rod. Well, what I need to do is I need to build the door. And then I don't have to worry about that. That's just there because there's a gap between this door and the frame. This door is all chewed up. So I just put the blanket up there to kind of, because the wind blows against that door. And there's open gaps so that air blows in. You are, yes, you are in need of a curtain rod. So after I build this, I'll build the new door. I did start one months ago and then got sidetracked doing other stuff. But we'll get the new door built after this project's done. It's going to be a very simple door, right? We're not going to do any panels or anything like that. We're going to mill some pressure treated lumber, cut grooves down two sides, put a filler strip in there, glue them together. Just going to keep doing that till we got a door. And then we'll probably engrave a logo on it or something. All right. We're getting there. We are getting there. Still feel a little bit from the belt sanders, a little bit of the waviness. Excuse me. Stainless steel inserts at the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, that works too, Alan. Someone's been chewing on my door. Yeah. Well, except for somebody went after it with something to like shave it down so it fit in the door jamb, and then went a little too heavy. So now it fits, but the garage was never intended to be occupied as it is now. But yes, the bottom of it is chewed up from dogs on the outside. All right, Plywood, have a good one, buddy. Appreciate you for hanging out. All right, I got to do another pass this way and this way. Actually, I think what I'm going to do is just do two passes this way. Usually I'll cross it, but I think I'm just going to go this way. We're going to see how it works out. I'm going to start this way, left to right. I think 2 more passes with the 80 grit and I should be done. Just getting rid of any of these little glue spots that I don't want to show through. It seems like there's only a couple. One here, there's one there, there's one here. That seems about it, just the middle. So we are nice and smooth. No, that's that glue spot. So, let me get back to it because, like I said, 8, 9 o'clock, I want to have the first coat of finish beam going on this. So, we got to get busy. Shit don't fix itself. But I wonder if I can put a clamp here and have this hose just kind of stuck here so it doesn't pull my bucket over.
Because that's mildly annoying. It's not mildly annoying. It's very annoying. There. We'll just screw that down onto the corner. There. Oh. There we go. That traps that. Doesn't pull my bucket over. That's good. I don't like pulling my bucket over. And then this allows me. So this hose is a expanding hose from Dust Right, and like it's really soft, so it's not chewing up the. It's not leaving marks all over the wood, but when you turn the vacuum on, it sucks it back together. It's trying to pull it together. If you don't have this thing open, it's got a breather port here. If you don't have it open quite far enough to reduce the pressure, it sucks the damn thing over.
All right. I think that'll do her for the 80s, right? Now I want to hit it with 120. I don't see any of the crazy sanding from the belt sander left. Except for out here, a little bit over there. And over here, where it's all getting cut off anyway. So, not half bad looking so far. Swedish ham meatballs. Ooh. Looking pretty good thus far. Check all my joints. Make sure I don't have anything that I can feel or see any glue. I do not. So far. Yes, I know I put a lot of effort into something that's just going to be used, but people see it. And well, if it leaves my shop, it might as well be the best thing that I can do. The shop doesn't pay my mortgage, so I can afford to be a little picky. Ooh, I thought that was glue. It's just a discoloration in the wood grain. It follows up with the grain, so it's not it's not glue. Almost had to go over it again. But very nice. There's no bumps from the belt sander anymore. I think that's pretty good. All right. Now, I want to do 120. Oh, my TV turned off. I want to do 120. And then I want to cut. So I got to get it cut down to size. And then attach to that piece of plywood back there. And then we will do the rest of the sanding. But I need to get 120 pass done first. And I don't think I'm going to use the pencil because these middle pieces, it's soft grain, hard grain, right? It's not on edge, it's face grain, cathedral cut. So it takes a little bit to get that pencil off out of the softer grain. So I'm just going to pay attention to where I'm sanding. But before I do that, I'm going to take a drink break. Yeah, it'll be used and abused, and that's fine because it's a functional piece of furniture. So, but it might as well look as good as it can before it leaves, right? What up, T Fear? How you doing, buddy? Appreciate you for coming in, man. Doing good here. Doing good here. Don't have any complaints. It's a lot of sanding. And at least 9 of you have stuck it out watching me sand the living piss out of this. But I promise you, it will be worth it, even with that first coat of finish on it. All right. So that's going to be my little reward for you guys tonight. And for myself, to be honest, because sanding sucks. Especially this much of it. My little reward will be look at how pretty it is with some finish on it. And then after that, we'll have a celebratory drink. And then I'm going to go get tacos and watch Superman and Lois. What up, Papa? Who have had no choice? What's our reward? Your reward is going to be to see this with a first coat of finish on it. That's what you're going to see. That's your reward. Then look how pretty. No. You are going to have the pleasure of making me tacos tonight and straight edge and feeler gauges. Nah, fuck all that. We're going to put it to the plywood first. We're going to put her to the plywood first. Although I know it's a hell of a lot flatter than it was when I took it out of clamps. Though I am kind of curious. Let's see. Also, I really don't care how flat it is. Ultimately, I just want it to be flatter. Well, that dog. Pretty flat there. Pretty flat there. A little bit low right there. Down here, it's a little bit high on both edges. Both outer edges. Let's do this. A little bit low right here. And a little bit low right here. Good enough for government work. It's a hell of a lot flatter than it was, and that's all that matters. What's up, Vienna? We're gonna get to see him tongue it. Yeah, you are. Normally, I reserve that for the Only Dance content. All right, I need to change my chew out and grab some 120 paper. And we're gonna go after it again. So from this angle, I can still see some of those pencil marks in the middle here, that middle bit. I don't like that. But by the time we're done, we ain't gonna see that. So, all right, some 120. The only reward Steph is getting, aside from the privilege of making me tacos and muffins, is my company while I sit on her couch and watch TV. Something I don't do very often, mind you. I don't usually get to sit down and watch TV. Usually when I'm sitting down, I'm scrolling and then I'm going to bed. But it's a nice little break. So I'll probably stay up all night binge watching this stupid show. Got like 3 seasons of it to watch, and the first episode is pretty good. So, all right, I'm gonna sand again. After this 120 sand, then we're going to get it cut down, attached, which will be a whole other thing. And then we're going to sand some more. All right. Let's do her to it.
All right. Brush this off. See if we need to do any more passes with the 120. Typically, you don't have to do too many passes with the lower grits. It's that first pass that you're using to the first paper, that first, whatever your first sandpaper is. In my case, it was 80, 60 and 80 grit. You're using those first ones to shape, smooth, level, because they take off the most. And then you're using everything else to just get rid of sanding swirls. Pretty much it. Process of getting rid of those swirls, you get a prettier piece of wood. So, look at this at an angle here. And we're doing pretty fucking good. I need my light so I can shine across it, which I believe is back here. Back here somewhere. Va oh va would you be? Oh, it's up there. Oh man, I'm on the wrong side. Walk around this big ass thing that I got back here. There. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna blind you guys for a minute. Dog. I think we're ready to bump it up to 150. Now, that will be after we cut this down to size and get it attached to that piece of plywood. So we're going to take a sanding break, which I know you guys are real bummed out about. Get this stuff moved out of the way. This moved out of the way. Did I not have my vacuum on for the 120? All right, Roots, have a good one, man. Yeah, the other side was roughed out. That was what, 80 grit, the max we went to. Yeah, the other side is roughed out.
We don't need to worry about that side. But what I do need to do is I need to flip this around this way. We're going to lay our track across this. Pardon me. So what we're going to do is this side, we are going to just take the absolute bare minimum right off. You guys may or may not be able to see. There you go. We're going to take just the bare minimum off. And the other side will be the side that we take off to, pardon me, make everything the right length. So we're going to assume this side is square. Oh, that's fucking square too. God damn. Son of a bitch, I'm good. All right, where's my clamps at? I bet I throw them down here in the cabinet where they belong. Yep. Put this on. We'll double check for square. Good. Son of a bitch. It's like I've done this once or twice. I mean, I've never done this, but, you know, oh, I saw. All right, let's slide this down so those clamps sit against the table. There we go. Perfect. This is my waist. That'll drop onto the floor. Pardon me one more time while I grab my track saw here. That gives us plenty of depth. Oop. All right. Let us cut. That is beautiful. Pull that saw off. I won't put it over there because I got too much shit on a horizontal surface. We'll spin this around. We'll get our final measurements. Hang on, let me put this belt sander away because we're not using it just anymore. I got to get new belts. So put that in the drawer. Ah, I knew I had tires for the benchtop
saw, bandsaw. All right. Okay, so we need now just need that over there. That one there. Okay. Tape measure. Had one at one time. Here it is. Okay, so we are exactly 60 inches, 5 feet, and 30 inches. So we are doing 1.5 inches border. Which means we are going to just trim this. Just trim. Well, I am pulled out, so that gives me 1/8 inch wiggle room. So we are going to just trim it. Okay. I mean, we're talking like that much. Like a half a blade width. Well, this is a track saw blade, so it's really thin. So, like 2 blade widths. That is about the max that I can take off of that. Let's double check. Yep. That'll take me to 57 7/8. 57 or 56 7/8, which will take me to 57 when I don't pull it out. Okay. So we should have double check this, make sure this is nice and square. All right, we're square there. Flip it. This square I know is square when I flip it because, well, I told you guys how to check it. Draw a line, then flip it. See if that matches up to the line. If it does, your square is square. All right. This is our last cut on this, so I don't want to fuck this up. So let's make sure. Okay. All right. Make sure those are tight.
Don't want this thing moving on me. Grab the track saw and let's run her. Slide this down. Go against the clamp so I'm not turning it. All right. I ran that a little slower. Probably a little too slow because I got some burning going on there. But I ran it slower so that way I didn't have a whole bunch of tear out or anything. Because I am not able to fix it by cutting it off. Now, next week, we will work on the border. But this week, we're going to work on the top. Okay. So that should be perfect. I mean, we're making a lot of assumptions here. Like, we're assuming my track saw cuts straight because it's a fucking track saw and that's its one job in life. It's to cut straight. What's my last name? You don't want, I'm not giving you my last name. If you want my last name, you can email me. If this is still about somebody coming in and trolling you or whatever, promise you, Zyro, wasn't me. I don't have time for trolling people. So. Okay. Make sure you line it up with a square. I did. Man, that's pretty. Oh, it's so pretty. All right. Got a nice square edge. Nice square sides. Let's see if we are square. I'm going to go right about the middle of the tape. All right. God damn. We are at 62 and 15/16. 62 and 15/16. First name Elegant, last name Woodcraft, right? That's my fucking name. 64th out. Hey. I'm fucking taking it, all right? I'm taking it. I got a nice, big, square top. Now,
what we got to do is we've got to attach it to this here piece of plywood. Plywood. You got any idea? Oh, plywood left. Damn. Shucks. It would have been very convenient for plywood to tell me how to use the plywood. Listen. I'm very excited that came out fucking mint. Okay. Very excited. Middle name Linda. Very excited. If you couldn't tell. All right. Now, this has to go away for a moment. Okay. One side of this has a knot in it. Do not allow me to put the knot facing up. It's within a 1/4 inch of the pass Elliott's final inspection. Right? No, I want these here just because they add some grip. So we'll keep those here. We'll just move them in a little bit from the edge. All right. We are going to use the ugly side of this fucking sheet of plywood. Okay. Let's peel this Araco fucking sticker off of here. Really? You're gonna put a stupid ass sticker on that can't even peel off. You suck. My fucking scraper. So I gave the glass people, apparently the guy is sick again. So they have until Monday to get me my glass, which I was told is done, but was not with my project. I picked up the flag cases and said, well, you got until Monday, or you're just going to have 2 pieces of glass laying around you can't use for anybody. So I'm about tired of fucking getting dicked over. Like, I'm usually a very nice person, but even I have my limits. So we need to strike a line at 1.5 inches. We should probably do it on that side. I feel like, oh, we'll do it down both sides. Why not? Yeah, we'll do it down both sides. So Monday, if they don't get me the glass, I will just go and buy 12 fucking sheets of glass. And out of the 12 sheets, I should be able to get two triangles cut. Okay. There is where our piece will sit. Let us make sure that actually fits in those lines. I don't have to make some sort of an adjustment beforehand. Okay. The whole thing can slide over this way a little bit. Okay. You're right on that line. Are we too wide? Or did I move it over? I moved it over too far. Fuck. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Right on that line, right on this line, right on that line, and right on that line. Perfect. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to attempt to make my life easier by putting a couple of blocks on this corner and on that corner so that I can slide this thing in when it has the goop on it and it will go right into place. I won't be dragging it around. All right. That's my thought. We'll see if it works, but it's my thought. Okay. Well, fucking convenient. I just cut that in half. Where's my pull saw? Can you not knot a knot? I got the link in my email. Send it in the reply. What? I'm assuming you sent me an email? Okay. I will check that after I get off. If I'm lucky, damn, that is fucking square. Or at least square enough. All right, so I should be able to clamp that and clamp that, and that should give me a slot to put these things in. Right? Logically. Where's my other quick clamp? There it is. Over here covered in sawdust or sanding dust or whatever. Okay. Okay, these little wings will move a little bit. Oop, that one wasn't tight. All right, there we go. Where's my apprentice? My the kid and parent that I bring in periodically will never be on camera. Oh, you mean that apprentice? We save that for the only dance page. All right. So now what I get to do is flip this over, smear a bunch of schmutz all over it. I got 2 tubes of Gorilla Glue construction adhesive. I've got more in the house, but I got 2 tubes of this stuff. Between rounds of boxing, right? I will get them in here sometime. I don't know why you guys hate me and just want to ruin my quiet and calm with it's probably a bad idea. I used to have a razor knife around here somewhere, but I don't know what I did with it. Sad thing is it's bright red so that I wouldn't lose it. And at some point it didn't get put back in the toolbox where it belongs. All right, so what we're going to do is just this. And we'll cut out a little notch, because we're going to smear this around. I'm hoping that 2 tubes is enough. I don't need it to be on here like crazy thick or anything. Also, I'm hoping that this isn't dried up or anything. I've had this stuff around here for a while. Does it have a plastic in there? Oh, it's just really thick. Boy. Or maybe it had a plastic in there. Hell if I know. Let us rub the wood. Oh, it did have a plastic in there. Now I got to open the plastic up more. And again, this stuff could be half dried up. I wouldn't fucking know any better. Kind of thinking this shit's half dried up. All right. Good plan. I'm going to cut the end of this off. Split the whole fucking tube. And just goop it out onto the wood. Fuck, this shit's thick. God damn. Maybe my tiny ass little caulking gun is not strong enough for this. Shit, this stuff's thick as fuck. Ugh. God damn.
Also, the bottom of it appears to be a bit dried out. Probably why it wasn't moving. Yeah. All right, we're gonna open that up. Trying to scoop it out with a fucking Jesus. Let's open this other one up. Never done this before, so I'm just hoping that it works. I mean, I've used construction adhesive to attach shit before, but never something like this, and never something this big. I don't need to slice my gut open. Also, never used this Gorilla Glue stuff before. Fucking hell. I don't know if it's supposed to be this thick. May not work at all. I may just end up making a big old fucking mess that I then have to scrape off. I'm going to assume this is just old stuff. All right, where's my putty knife? We're going to do this. God bless it. I don't need a crazy thick amount of it. I just need it. Probably don't even need to smear it around. Probably just do little strips of it. Dollops. Something. But we get it smeared around anyway. Hopefully it's not going to bite me in the ass. So I've never done this on something this large before. I mean, it's flexible. It's probably no good. This is going to bite me in the ass. Don't do this at home, kids, unless this works, and then do it at home. I don't know what my open time is on this stuff. But I'm going to assume it's not that long. I'm purposefully not looking at the camera because I don't want to look at one of you guys telling me that I just fucked this all up. Because I feel like I might have already fucked it up.
Also, I feel like I need more. Might have to run on the house and grab one of the other containers. But I don't know. I should squeeze some. And it's super piled up right here in the center. Also, probably didn't need to do it this way. Let's scoop this one out. You know what? We're going to go with, I don't need to cover the entire bottom. I just need to get a couple of good blobs of it. Put it on. Let's do this. Let's cut it into strips. That way it has somewhere to squeeze to. Make sure putting it down for floor. My original intention was to cover the entire bottom of this, so I knew it would never, ever come up. But I feel like I'm going to be getting dangerously close to any open time this stuff has. Fill that knot with it. That seems like a good use for it. Shit's a fucking retarded putty. Scrape that into a line. Scrape that one into a line. So, I don't know if this will work. I may have just done a lot of extra work for myself, removing all this shit. But we're going to find out. Okay, we're going to call that good. I still got it. Ew. Fucking terrible shit. Damn. Well, I guess it's not really the design for it here. A little bit extra over there, put a little bit extra over here, put a little bit extra over here. Damn it! Shit's everywhere. This would be a great use for that planer. That hand planer. I have to go through here and chew all this shit back off of here.
Let's flip this over, get some fucking screws in the bottom of it. Oh, God bless it. Oh, Judas Priest. I have a metric fuck ton of these screws that I'm going to use for this right here. And we're not going to pre-drill, we're just going to send them. Because I don't feel like pre-drilling is really that necessary. In this case, I don't know where my big T15 is, so. We're just going to send This is probably a terrible idea. I should have done this on a smaller scale. Also, I probably should have went and bought brand new stuff. And I was like, fuck it, I got this. This will work. Yeah, shit does go. Shit does go bad on occasion. And then the a couple more screws in just in case. Probably should have just used wood glue, been done with it. That probably would have been smarter. Throw a bunch of those on the floor.
I guess we'll see. Oh, she's fucking heavy. Oh. Seem to be terrible. Yeah. Well, we'll see. No, good luck. I'm not. There is minimal need to worry about expansion and contraction when I'm attached to a piece that doesn't move, which is the number one point of this. Well, I mean, it's in there. That shit's splooging around. I do want to put another screw right there, though, because it makes me nervous. I just dropped a whole handful of them over here. Probably should pick these up. Well, I don't know where they are. I dropped a bunch of them, don't know where they are. Probably under the workbench. So, we'll see what happens. All right. Well, worst case, at least it's attached. Still sitting flat. Screws too long, right? We'll see. The main idea of this was just so that it didn't sound hollow. Other than a tabletop. Seems okay. We're going to call it good and just pretend that it's fine. That's what we're going to do. Because I don't want to think about taking it off and undoing all that fucking, ripping all that caulk off of there. Or adhesive, whatever. Although I do have to scrape. And yeah, Peyton, I don't know, pick a tool. I use them all. That's about the best I can tell you is I use them all. On the bright side, we're inside our lines. It's not going anywhere. It's got 50 fucking screws in the bottom of it. All right. I should have definitely picked up some new stuff, but it is what it is. It's down there now.
All right, back to sanding. Am I a Milwaukee guy? Not really. All right. So that was a thing. Would I ever do that again? No. No, never again. I don't know why I thought it was going to be different than just using wood glue. But I mean, it does take up any gaps and stuff in it. I guess that's a thing. Wood glue wouldn't do that. Next time I do one this style, though, I will just use wood glue. I need a drink though, because that's stressful, and I'm still stressing out thinking I fucked it up. But there's a billion fucking screws in the bottom of it, so it still ain't going nowhere. We gotta go back to sanding again. No time to ponder now, right? Right? It seemed like a good idea in my head. Although it probably would have gone out better if I hadn't used some old construction adhesive I had in my fucking house. Which makes me wonder if the other 30 fucking tubes of it that I have are any good. Probably not. Ever build anything out of wine barrels? No, because I don't have any wine barrels. Wine barrels are pretty hard to come by. They typically reuse them, as far as I'm aware. All right, well, there it is. Room for the border. That's a pretty dense fucking section right there. Making my table rattle. Bucket. It's good. It's good. No, I don't need these anymore. Now, I can just clamp this thing to the table so it doesn't slide around. All right, back to sanding. The most enjoyable part of woodworking. I don't know who said it wasn't fun, but I always find it amazing. What grit sandpaper do I recommend for the laser cutouts? 220, 320, something like that. Nice high grit. This stuff was a little dry. Yeah, probably. I don't use construction adhesive very often. I'm not construction. In fact, I think I got that stuff when I laid down a new floor in my entrance room and in my bathroom. Yeah, so you got to be careful with your laser cutouts. If you're using stuff that has like a really thin veneer, you want to go higher grit and just hit it quick with like a random orbital. Like when I'm doing it on my maple ply over there, I hit it with 320. It's usually it. All right. Back to sanding. I have a clamp somewhere that I had used. Oh, it's right here. It's got the hose on it. So we're going to clamp that hose. Actually, probably could just clamp it right to this clamp. So then the hose is out of the way. I'm not worried about hitting it. Its entire purpose is just to make sure I don't pull the box over or the bucket over. There. That should be fine. All right, what do I got on here? I got 120. All right, I need to do 150, 180, 220, clean it real good, inspect it, and then start applying tongue oil. So we got a sheet of 150, a sheet of 180, a sheet of 220. That's as high as we're going to go. And then after the first coat of tongue oil is cured, we're going to put it on pretty thin. We want it to really just soak in. But after that first coat is cured in a couple of days, we will give it a light 220 sand across the entire surface. Do a second coat, also thin. Well, the second coat will probably come after the side rails are on. But because the side rails are going to get sanded in. This first coat is mainly just so that it is sealed up and protected. All right, 150, 180, 220. Yeah, bring this thing over here. Good deal. I'll hold this here. All right, guys. I'm going to do some sanding. It's too damn cold in the shop. Yeah, I believe it. I'm going to do some sanding. You guys can see the fireplace on the TV. You can see the whole work surface. You might even see it change in appearance as I step through the grits. So once I get this done, should be fairly quick. We will bump up to the tongue oil. All right. There's one. We got to do 180 and then 220. Clean this off. Sammy's zoned out. Listen, we're almost done. We're almost done. I got two more grits to step through. And then the 220, I'm probably going to do a second pass on just to make sure. Oh.
That's true. Clean this off. Let's have a drink. How many of you guys are still with me? Oh, fucking none of you. Yep, I am late for the 8 p.m., but that's okay because we're just going to sand one more time with the 220, and then we're going to put the finish on after the air clears out a little bit with the dust filter. So I got my 220 on. Nothing to it but to do it, I guess. All right. Let's call that done. So we're nothing? What? It's a loop run of Barney or Pee Wee Herman, right? This has been about 6 hours of fucking sanding, too. But it needed done. Now it's done. The bulk of the sanding is finished. There's other sanding that we got to do, but it's small shit, little bits of stuff at a time. Like, it's not going to be this, right? Like 500 still here? Yeah. Listen, I don't blame anybody for fucking off during the sanding fest. Sanding sucks. If I could have left, I would have. Now, I am going to run the sweeper over it. Clean up any. I don't need all that. Clean up any loose sawdust that didn't get brushed off. 8 to 12 people. Yeah. All right. Welcome back, Runic. Hey, Raja. How you doing, buddy? Is Runic in here? I thought Runic left. I've seen Raja say hi to Runic. Thanks, Raja. I appreciate that, buddy. Subbed out sanding the Becks and stuff, right? The cheap vodka wipe down? Nah.
We are going to use the tongue oil as the water pop. If any of the grain's going to rise up, it'll be when I put the tongue oil on. I don't foresee any issues, but using the vacuum, I've had great success with getting out any fibers that are in the grain. Now this is very closed grain, cherry is, so I don't generally have to worry about it. And it's nice and smooth. So we're going to use my very last blue shop towel and a foam brush. And we're going to get some tongue oil down. I got to make a trip into Harbor Freight and get some more shop towels. Yeah, I'll run in there and get those tomorrow. All right, so I told you guys I'd give you a little bit of a reward, and that's what the tongue oil is. It's a little bit of reward. Oh, crosscut sanding marks. Yeah, they've been on the list for a while. This is going to show us any missed sanding marks, any glue marks, anything. But giving it a cursory glance here, I don't see anything that I'm worried about. All right. Yeah, they've been on the list for a while. I got to get them. So I'm going to use this here foam brush as my smearer. And we're just going to dump some of this on. You guys ready to check it out? It's probably far too much. We'll see. We're just going to end up having a nice thin coat. So basically just working this around. Direction of the brush doesn't matter because we're going to be wiping off the majority. We don't want a big thick pile of it. Just want to make sure we get good coverage of all of it. This is what's going to make the grain pop and the curl stand out. Underneath our gilboys, which will be the final coat, the hard wax oil. So tongue oil is not a surface finish. Doesn't build a film. It's I mean, I guess it'll have some sort of a film, but majority of it is what soaks into the wood fibers. Is the stuff on the surface, like in the pools, that's just going to get sticky. That's never going to really harden. I want to make sure I coat everything fairly evenly. You can see up here it's already soaking in. Plus I've been dragging it out, making it nice and thin. I don't know if you guys have a good view of how the wood has changed in appearance. But I suppose could kind of move you like this. Actually, it wasn't that much more than I needed, to be honest. This wood is very thirsty. It is absorbing that tung oil very well. Particularly the curl on both edges. So I'm just going to go do some long strokes here. Try not to have it run off the edge when I do get a little bit of it. Just want to make sure that I got good coverage over the thirstier bits of wood. Then we're going to begin the wipe down. Now, any that does run off the side, I'm not overly concerned about, because it'll be easy to clean up later. This is one of the reasons that I absolutely love cherry, because it has a natural shimmer to it. People tend to call it chatoyancy. And it doesn't really matter where the cherry is in the tree, what figure it has. It's always got a bit of shimmer. Would you just look at that? Isn't that fucking pretty? All right, so this spontaneous combustion is a thing. All right. Now, typically you would leave this stuff sit on here for a couple of 8 hours or so, and then wipe off the excess, and allowing the wood to just absorb what it wants. But we want a thin coat for the first coat. So we are going to wipe this off. The thinner the coat, the faster it will cure. As with all oils. Allows us to evenly spread the glue out, or not the glue, but the oil out. We don't want it pulled up anywhere. Really. We just want some we want it to mostly get collected in the rag. And we're going to use the rag to smear around some more areas that don't have quite as much. The areas that are a little thirstier. Curl is always more absorbent than non-curl. This entire thing is curl. Particularly the outside two pieces. This is just walrus oil, pure tung oil. All right, you can use any pure tung oil. Pure tung oil is pure tung oil. It doesn't matter what the brand is, as long as it doesn't add shit to it. Then it is no longer pure. And I don't see any real. Trying to look at it so I get the light hitting it from various angles. I don't really see any that's really pulled up anywhere. So I think we're good. All right. Again, oil-soaked rag. Spontaneous combustion. Lay it flat. Put it outside. Put it away from shit that is flammable. Put it in a pan of water. Something. All right? Don't just ball it up and throw it in your sawdust pile. Okay? Shit bursts into flames. I've seen it happen. They put the warning on the container for a reason. All right? Any oil-based finish will build heat as it cures. You get that heat to the point where things nearby will combust, you're going to have a very bad day. I laid mine flat over there on the concrete because it's a lot harder for it to build heat laying flat on the concrete. Working with acetone? Well, it's not oil-based. It does. There are multiple YouTube channels that have done tests because they didn't believe that it happened. There's one guy, he almost set his whole damn shop on fire because he fell asleep.
He had his shop gridded out. And there was a like a row of in a trash can with sawdust and paper, a row of in a metal tin. Like there was rows, and then the crosses across the rows were different types of finishes. Still has a warning on it. All right. Listen, I've never had shop rags spontaneously combust, but I've seen the aftermath of it. I've seen shops burn down. I've seen people's houses burn down because they do, they figure I could put this shit in my basement. What's the worst that could happen? Then they go upstairs, go to bed, go out to dinner, whatever. Next thing you know, their house is on fire because they didn't pay attention to the warning. So I like my shop. So I am not going to encourage it to burst into flame. What's up, Jeffro? All right. You guys want to walk around of it while it's still semi-damp? Have it happen all the time at work? Yeah. It's not. I mean, it's happened often enough. They put the warning labels on shit, so it's got to be more than once. And I don't know that there's a less than number that it would apply to. Semi-damp. It's just extremely flammable. All right. Oh, let me change out my mics. My mic's red. Hang on. And then we'll do a walk around. All right. Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yeah, I don't like thick chains. All right. Let's see. Blow those. So, here it is with coat 1 of the oil. Now, the shimmer doesn't really translate through the camera very well. I gotta walk around the other side. But trust me, it's shiny. How many coats am I doing? I'm doing 2. But we're going to sand after this one. This one's going to get sanded down with 220. So the tongue oil brings out the color and the grain, highlights the grain. Like, see all these little dark? That's curl. Okay. You can see that there's curl over here. There's curl here. There's curl all over here. You guys have seen this when I sprayed alcohol on it. So it highlights this stuff. Okay. Now, in person, it looks a lot better than it does on my view of the camera. So what you do is you sand this so that that oil is down in the curl, right? But not on the surface. Sand it. And then you can either apply a second coat, which we're going to do, and then sand it again. And then you can apply a top coat, which would be, in our case, it's going to be Gilboy's hard wax oil, which is going to bring out the shine. It's going to give it a shine, bring out the color and shimmer.
And then all these dark spots are going to be highlighted because they are going to have the tung oil soaked down into them. So the tung oil brings out the color and the figure really well. So you can see it right up through this piece and this piece here. I mean, you can see all the curl there. But the hard wax oil is what's going to make it stand out, I guess. I guess is the word I'm looking for. So that concludes our woodworking for the night. Now we're going to have a drink or two. We're going to let people look at that as they come in and out. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Some pretty wood. Can't wait to touch it. I do know something about wood. I know a thing or two. I've seen a thing or two. Now, the main reason for putting this coat on tonight is A, we seal the wood. It's protected now. B, it gives it a protected coat. So when I stand it up against the wall and I'm done working on it, I'm not too worried about it getting scratched up and scuffed. Looking at the wood coming in and out. But the people coming in, oh, fuck's sake. Like, I don't have to be so worried that there's going to get, a scuff or a scratch on it. From something brushing against it or whatever. It's not a hard coat, so it will get damaged, but this gives it a little extra protection. The other side of that is we want this to soak in as deep as it's going to go. And cure. It takes a couple of days for it to cure. And then we want to be able to sand it off and put a second coat on and allow that time to cure. But that second coat is only going to go on when our rails are done. Our border. Once that's on and ready to go, then the second coat will go on. And then that will be cured. It'll be sanded. And then the gill boys will go on. And we'll probably do 2 coats of gill boys. But overall, tung oil takes quite a while to fully cure. We want it to get dry. We need a couple of days for it to dry before we can do anything else to it. Can't get the second coat down till it's railed. So, I wish you guys could see this from my point of view. It's fucking gorgeous. I don't know how much of the shine is coming through the camera, but here, there's shimmer everywhere. The natural chatoyancy of all the cherry coupled with all of that curl that's everywhere. It's sexy. That's right. I said it. My wood is sexy. Excuse me. I'll leave it on the bench, wipe on 2 to 3 more coats with 4/0 steel wool. Yeah, the second coat is going to be after we're going to sand it for 220 because we want to get rid of all of the oil that's on the surface and leave all the oil that's down in the curl. And then the second coat may get applied with some steel wool, but probably not. But that is a valid application. Yes. 100%. Now, my tung oil is matte finish. It doesn't have any additives in it to make it glossy, which is what I wanted. The gloss is going to come, or the shine is going to come from the hard wax oil, which will be more of a satin. If I build up enough coats of it, it'll be shiny, glossy. But that will get scuffed between coats with a white Brillo pad. Or not Brillo pad, Scotch-Brite. Yeah, it'll be covered in flour or appliances soon enough. It'll be covered in something. The sticky child handprints. Sticky adult handprints. Steph. Random bits of stuff just stuck to it. It is not a cutting board, Steph. Not a cutting board. I'm going to put a fucking sign on the front of it that says, not a cutting board. Now, as this stuff kind of absorbs into it, I can see that the shine is... Actually, it's... This end here is changing. It's shinier from more angles. You calling me sticky? I've seen you get flour on the ceiling when you were baking. Okay. You are just as much of a mess as a small child. Maybe even more so. Oh, 100% Cyro. Gonna make his wood all sticky with your handprints. Giggity. Yeah, that does look good. I'm glad I went with the tongue oil in addition to the hard wax oil. Now you're calling me a small child. I just can't win, can I? Excuse me. I should. I should know better. But on the bright side, I got some really pretty wood. I can see that chatoyancy is starting to show over here on camera. I do like the kind of curl pattern over here. It looks like a quilted pattern, like over under this little lines of it. In your tongue. It's always good with that. All right. Was it worth suffering through all the sanding to get a good look at my wood after I put oil on it? I wonder if I can use this LED light, if I can make it throw a little sideways light on it, really bring out the shine. It doesn't really look any different on the camera, I guess. Listen, Steph, it's not your pretty wood until it is in your possession. Until then, it's my pretty wood. All right. I am going to do one more drink, and then we're going to call her a night. I know it's been 6 hours or so of ridiculous amounts of sanding. This is what it was for, right? It's my pretty wood. Yes, Steph, if you say so. I will allow you to have my wood, my pretty wood. All oiled up and sticky. Pure torture. Yeah, it was. Listen, guys, I know a lot of YouTube channels will skip the sanding, and I do a lot. I skip the sanding a lot on builds. Like on the bassinet build, I sanded a fuck ton off camera. All right. Just because I know how boring it is. But you just watched how much sanding I had to do for this one thing. This is the life of woodworking, right? Unless you're building rustic shit that doesn't get sanded, this is the life. Sanding. And a lot of people go higher than 220. I don't. I generally leave it off at 220 because A, that's what most finishes call for, and B, there's really not a whole lot of point. In fact, quite a few people prefer wood sanded to lower grits because it still feels like wood. At least in my experience. I have a couple of sample boards. They might be in my truck. I have a couple of sample boards where I've sanded from, like I sanded one at 60, one at 80, one at 120, all the way up to 600 grit or 650, whatever it is. And people generally, and I'll ask them like, all right, what do you want your project sanded to? Let's go with that. And I'll give them the sample strip packs, right? They're like little 6x6 squares. I'll give them those. And generally, they're around the 180, 220 mark. Because it still feels like wood. So, now, there are some people who want you to sand way higher for, whatever reason. Because I've seen they did it on YouTube or whatever. Some guy told me that if you don't sand to 4,000, then it's not really done, or whatever stupid nonsense they want to believe. But 220 is usually about as high as I go. But I'm also not doing like, everything has its place. If I wanted to burnish something, I'd just keep sanding up to about 1,000 grit. But I don't like sanding. Sanding sucks. You guys know. You watched me do it. Fucking sucks. All 7 of you. Also, I'm missing a pencil. Up, it's over here. So, anyway, you don't get there without sanding. So, but my God, is it worth it? It's hard to see that it's worth it while it's going on, but maybe somebody will be able to use this live stream as a tool when they're talking to a client. Hey, shoot! Oh, you got coffee. Nice. What up, Scoop Steve? You don't love sanding. Lies. Thanks, Shoop. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, maybe somebody will be able to use this video as a I'm talking to a client. Client wants to know why something costs so fucking much. Here, watch this. Like it's not just slapping 2 pieces of wood together. But so, guys, what do you want to talk about for the last 15 minutes or so? Just want to talk about my pretty wood, my oiled up and sticky wood. Why is Kier not here yet? I like to remind people how much love I put into a project. Yeah. I think that there's very few woodworkers that aren't putting a little bit of themselves into every project that they make. I know for me, I mean, I'm not doing it on like an industrial scale, right? Those guys, probably not so much. They're just slapping shit together. But for me, every time I build something, I think that there's a little bit of me in it. Binge watching and cheese eating to do? You fucking wait for me, all right? You don't get to binge watch and eat the damn fancy cheese without me. Really great way to put it. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Like I think for most woodworkers, I think every project is personal, right? It's not really, I mean, for most woodworkers, I don't think that it's just, I'm building this to get paid. I think I'm building this to, I don't know, push myself to be admired, something. It's her cheese. Yeah, well, this is my wood. All right. I'm not going to eat it, but I got a kitchen counter in there that could use a new top.
Actually, this isn't a bad way. I could make my my countertops this way. Instead of gluing up little, 2-inch thick strips like I do my cutting boards, I could do them this way and mount them to a sheet of plywood. It's not listening at all. You know what? You know what? This is now going to be my kitchen top on my little peninsula on my kitchen counter. I hope you enjoy getting a baker's island that doesn't have a top on it. All right. One hell of a charcuterie board, right? It doesn't even have the frame on it yet. That is going to be a whole nother good time. And that'll be next week. Next week we'll get the frame put on it. The frame around the top. It'll be double thick. So I'll have one like 2-inch piece and a strip that drops down behind the plywood. Have I enjoyed topless muffins? Is that an offer or? Good morning, Emily. Oh, we're talking about the muffin tops. Oh, the actual tops of the muffins. Oh, I thought we were talking about something else. Finish that unit. This is the first coat of finish on the top. I've been dragging my feet on assembling the island because it's going to be a giant thing in my way, and it'll be a horizontal surface. Horizontal surfaces attract shit. I don't want to put shit on it. It's evidenced by horizontal surface back there. And over here. More tops for Dan. All right. Topless in the snow. Thanks, Emily. Before I go, I'll do another walk around of the top. You guys can get a good look. It's got a lot more shimmer to it now as the oil is absorbing. Hey, Nicole, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. I don't know. I'm starting to see it shimmer a lot more over here on camera and up here. Got an inch? Here, we have barely any left. We've had some, although I do got fucking 1/4 inch of ice covering every surface around my house. Actually, I had to go buy salt. And I'm missing the shimmer side. This bit over here. I can see it on the camera. That is, so it's shinier now than it was a while ago. Mostly wind.
or mostly mud. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do another walk around. You guys might be able to see more of the shimmer now that it's absorbing, the oil's absorbing in and kind of flashing off. I know I can see more of the shimmer. It's more at more angles. It's not just like one specific angle. Yeah. Before I go tonight, I'll do another walk around. What's that for? This is the top to my baker's island. Well, part of the top. This bit here, all the way around, is going to have a cherry frame, a curly cherry frame. Excuse me. Story of muffin today. Steph is threatening to keep the tops of my muffins because I told her she's not allowed to eat cheese and binge watch Superman and Lois until I get over there to eat tacos and cheese. What you can do, Steph, is you can eat all the bullshit that comes on the trays with the cheese. Don't eat the cheese. You got to share the cheese, Steph. He will be topless. Oh yeah, yeah. I told her I was going to keep this and put it as my kitchen counter on my my peninsula on my counter and give her a topless baker's island. She threatened to rip off the tops of my muffins. I mean, at least she's still making me muffins, so I got that going for me. Although, I've had 2 days this week of no muffin. I'm starting to feel a little neglected and sad. Like, I'm putting a lot of work into this. And somebody's starting to renege on their muffin duties. So, tacos and topless muffins. I did have cinnamon rolls. That's true. I had cinnamon rolls. I mean, they weren't homemade. They came out of a can, but they were still good. I did eat 2 or 3 of them. Yeah, break for Christmas is fine, I guess. It would have only been 1 day without a muffin. It would have only been Friday with no muffin. But somebody decided to snag one of my muffins. Listen, to be fair, you only fed me lunch on Friday because I forgot it was Friday, or I would have went to the pub. Tapas Mom is not code for 18 plus. No. Well, I don't know. Am I getting fancy cheese? You said you were going to eat all the fancy cheese. You said you were eating it and binge watching Superman and Lois already. No, actual muffins. Yeah, real muffins. Now, here is my dilemma on the top. So, I have 2 options for doing this. I can either butt right up against the top here with my edge strip, or I take my router and I cut me a little rabbit out all the way around, and I match it on my edge pieces and then put it on there so that there's no straight shot down to the plywood. All right, Nicole. Have a good night. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming in. I'm kind of leaning towards the rabbit. Just for the extra glue surface. But I don't know that the glue surface is really needed because I will screw it to the plywood. No, not like a tongue and groove. Like notch this out, notch the top corner out. So, and then the side piece, right? Like, so notch this out here so that, and then notch the side piece so they overlap a little bit, but are sitting flat instead of having to butt up against the entire thing and then have that line like a straight shot down through. Like, so do this to the top, right? So this is the top. Go along, cut a rabbit out, notch the top, match it with the piece that comes in. I'm also thinking that when I glue the top piece to the cherry, like the banding to the cherry, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that Tight Bond Dark so that I have a nice square, like a nice line of a darker glue, kind of like a border. I don't know though. I don't know. I may just run my router around it, create a little, because it's not a cutting board, so I can put CA glue on the top. But I may run my router across that seam and fill it with like black CA glue or something. What up, OP? How you doing? Thanks for coming in, guys. I appreciate you. You missed the 6 hours of sanding for this, but you know. Wedge dowling as well, help lock everything up. I'm not sure. That is a good idea. See, I'm not sure that I'll need the extra strength because this bit of plywood here, I'll put screws up through the bottom into that side piece and I'll glue that banding to the plywood. As long as I didn't miss anything fun, right? Well, you haven't missed the last walk around of this yet. All right, Papa, have a good night, buddy. Thanks for coming in and hanging out with us for 6 hours of sanding. Yeah, you did miss the muffin codes. Now you're going to be stuck waiting for the only Dans and not know what you're waiting for. Topless muffin. So our top is going to be a little bit more than 30 inches, probably be around 32 inches. Because we're going to add an inch for an overhang, and we're going to double up that bottom. So that bottom strip will be an inch wide, be an inch plus an inch, 32 inches. So it'll be 5 foot 2 inches long.
I think that I have enough curly cherry up there. If not, I'll go get some more. I could also do cherry up top, and then the piece that I mount underneath to cover up the plywood edging, I could do maple. Just give it something different around it. Yeah, let's not forget the taco talk. Also, did you just fucking look at that? Isn't that awesome? Let's wait till I get my lights set up. It is very shiny and sparkly. Now, one of these days when I have some good daylight, some nice bright sun, I'll take that off the wall. I'll take you guys out into the yard, and we'll look at it sparkle in the daylight. Not this, the sign Runic made me. All right. My beverage is complete. That means we're going to do a walk around. I'm going to go let my dog out, and I'm going to go get some tacos and cheese. And I'm going to binge watch a TV show. All right. This is what everybody wants to see, because this is the coolest thing that I've got in my shop right now. I don't know if I can get the shimmer to shine onto the camera, but with one coat of tung oil thus far. I really do like this center bit here too. I mean, the curl on the sides is great. This grain in the middle, pretty amazing. Got back just in time. Welcome back, Runic. So let's see. Yeah, I don't really know how to angle the camera so you can see the shimmer, but we'll give you a walk around. The shimmer is only going to get better as time goes on, as the build goes on. And then here we're back up to this end. This view here I like the most. I think I like that view better than that view. I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up. Although I notice like this side, you can see all the curl on this side from this angle. Not so much from that. And this one, not so much here, but all the curl over there. Totally need to see some of my muffins. Is your hardwood or softwood? It's hardwood, Zyra. Always hard. So, first coat of tung oil applied. It's mounted to the base. Well, mounted to the 3/4 ply. All right, Runic, I look forward to seeing it. That engine is pretty cool. Quilted pattern is awesome. Yeah, it is. It's really cool. This is some amazing curl on the both sides. Right, Kevin? Right? Anyway, it'll get better as the finishing goes on. It's big enough to need a walk around. I like this. I'm kind of partial to this in the center. I mean, the curl is nice, don't get me wrong, but this grain in the middle is really kind of nice. And I think that I got this center bit
to kind of go with it. There you can see that all this kind of darker lines, that's all curl going up through. Like this here, and all this over here. The wiggles. That's the wiggles. And see, like the green has these like jut outs, right? That's curl. Woodlot. All right. 7 hours. Well, we're going to say, ooh, almost fell over. 6 hours of sanding and prep. And there we are. Coat 1. Like I said, coat 2 won't come in until we get the rails put on. I don't walk right out of my shoe. I can't put it back on. Ugh. Coat 2 won't come on or come in until we put the rails on. That'll be next week. What do you guys think? This end or the other end? I kind of like them both, to be honest. And I like that no matter how you look at it, you're going to have curl. No matter which angle you look at it from, there will be curl visible. Right, Woodlight? A lot. Ken likes both ends. Giggity. All right. That's it. Dan's freshly sanded and oiled wood. Curly wood. All right. Thanks for popping in, everyone. I appreciate you hanging out with me tonight. I know it was a super boring stream. Hey, Sean, how you doing, buddy? You missed the walk around, man. You got to go back like 5 minutes. You can see the walk around of that. She wanted more soup. All right. Well, listen, I don't want to share my pizza or not my pizza. Never saw one. So the plug on my charger cord is all goofy. Look at it. I don't know if you can see it. It's like bent. I mean, it still works, but we need a muffin episode. Yeah. Yeah, they are on the community page. Cyro, what the fuck? we do have a great sense of humor here. It may be twisted. Nobody ever said it had to be. Thanks. I didn't know I didn't know that people were chatting on it, which is weird. So, all right. Turn that off. Okay, guys. It's the end of the night for me. I got tacos and cheese waiting for me. So, Steph's going to make me pizza on that. Yeah, we've been going for 7 hours now. No, you didn't miss anything, Sean. It was 7 hours of sanding. It was 6 hours of sanding. So nobody wanted to watch that. We had like 5 people hanging out here religiously. So, all right, Jesse, have a good night. Appreciate you guys for coming in. I will talk with you all on Tuesday if I don't see you beforehand. Don't forget, tomorrow at about 3 p.m. Eastern, you got Runic and Rhinestone Suzanne are doing a co-stream. So feel free to check that out. That's why I went live today instead of tomorrow.
So we'll chat with you guys later. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you.